Our best music coach. My name is Dan, and you are watching a music teacher's reaction live and in real time to Final Fantasy VII Final Fantasy. There we go. Got it. 7 original soundtrack. I've never heard this before. Not once ever in my life. I've never heard this music, so I'm going to be listening to it in real time on this live stream with you and giving my thoughts and reactions as we go along without any preparation ahead of time. You'll see there's a pinned comment in the chat over there with a list of upcoming and future reactions, which you can actually upvote using Super Chats. Let's get this thing started, rocking and rolling. If you do want to upvote with the Super Chat, make sure you include the title of the game that you want to upvote. We're going to start with The Prelude. Beautiful arpeggio. I love the filter on it too, that those higher notes have that little cascading thing that happens off them that the lower notes don't happen. It doesn't happen the same way on the lower notes. I'm working on my English today, guys. Bear with me. If this is your first time on one of these streams or watching one of my videos, welcome. I'm going to listen through each track and give you some thoughts afterwards, and as I listen to more, hopefully I'll be able to start pointing out some connections that I'm hearing in real time as we go along. Well, that was beautiful, a great start. Obviously, I'm not going to have too much to say because that's just the first tune, composition, song that I've listened to, but I do have a shout out and a thank you to Rubberman202, who super chatted and said, Nobuo Uematsu is a composing legend. Agreed. I've even heard of him before I checked out this soundtrack. Also, another upvote for Mother 1, Earthbound Beginnings. You got it, Rubberman. We're going to add that super chat to upvote Mother 1. Okay, this next one is called Opening Bombing Mission. That was really cool. Thing in the right ear there. All right. Okay, something that I think was really cool about this. Okay, I'm going to use the word song, tune, and composition interchangeably. Roll with me, even though song technically you could say needs lyrics. But anyway, what was really cool about this is the way it started off. I did not at all see that second tempo coming in. It was a change in meter, a change in tempo. Really, really cool there. And a shout out and a thank you to the Scientician, who says, happy to catch the live today. Well, welcome, Scientician, and also says this game is phenomenal and the OST is top tier. Fully agreed so far. High quality, no doubt. I like to put this towards Ocarina of Time. You got it, Scientician, and a shout out and thank you to Bex Lizard. Bex says, Final Fantasy VII is legend. Very geeked for this. Please put this towards Chrono Trigger, the other best RPG of all time. You got it, Bex Lizard. And Alessandro Coelho AC says, once again, I shall boost the glorious OST known as Metal Gear. You got it, Alessandro. Thank you all so much for your supports. Thank you. Well, support. Thank you for your super chats. Finally, I got my plurals correct there. Okay, this one is called Mako Reactor. You know, I'm hearing some connections to one of my favorite games of all time, A Link to the Past. Obviously not now. Now you hear that little something going, boing, boing. That right there, Toby Fox uses that same synth a lot in Undertale. That same sound. So what's interesting is all the chords that are happening here, all the melodies that are happening, underneath all of it, we hear that one low note, and it's the same low note the whole way through. See? It's the same low note through the whole song, and that low note is a C note. And all the other chords are going up and down over the C note, and the C note gives all those, oh, well, changing there. Now going to a G, so essentially like the dominant. Still on G here. But the point is that you have one note in the bass, the lowest note, for a long period of time, and then everything on top of that gets its context. Well, now to B flat. I said it was C the whole time, and now we're changing notes. But anyway, my point still remains the same, and I'm going to break this down a little more after the song. Now back to C. Okay, so this is what I mean by the low note defines what's going on. And this is kind of an interesting rule. So a lot of times people who play the bass will make the joke that they actually have the most power out of anyone in a band. And here's why. I'm actually going to play it for you on the piano instead of on the guitar, because it's going to be even more obvious. Okay, so what I'm going to do is with my right hand, I'm going to play a C major triad. So I'm just going to play 3 notes, C, E, and G. Great. Now what I'm going to do with my left hand is I'm going to put a low C note underneath all of those. It's really just going to reinforce the whole sound, make sure it sounds like a C major. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the lowest note. I'm going to keep the top 3 notes the same, and I'm just going to change the bottom note. Doesn't that sound totally different? All right, so here again, the same top 3 notes. I'm just going to change the bottom note. Totally different. So the bottom note actually is going to define how the chords on top or how the notes on top sound. So when you have a composition like this and there's one note underneath and there's a lot of different chords happening on top of it, that low note is giving a context and actually shaping how we perceive and how we think about those chords that are happening above. So that's an interesting little thing. And the reason why we find these lower sounds to be more important is perhaps a quirk of biology, but not really sure. But we do perceive lower sounds as being more important and more impactful for whatever reason. A shout out and thank you to BMO McGrim, who says, hey, huge fan of yours. Well, thank you, BMO. Final Fantasy VII OST is one of my favorites. Please put this to my favorite and first Final Fantasy VIII. You got it, BMO. And a shout out and thank you to Ioji, who says, Near Replicant, please, Dan. Oh, you've got it. My favorite game. And another for Chrono Trigger. Also happy you enjoy the Final Fantasy VII soundtrack. It's really great. Well, you got it. We will for sure split that between Chrono and whatever other one. Near Replicant. All right. Anyway, brain freeze. Okay, this next one is called Anxiety, which is what I just had when I couldn't remember the name of the second OST. Ooh, interesting. So even here, it's like playing around with different C chords, which is sort of the inverse of what we had before. We had one note, different chords on top of it, and this was one chord or one root note, and then changing the exact type of chord, a parallel comparison between different chords. So interesting that we're hearing now these arpeggios, sort of like we heard, and I'm not saying arpeggios are so unique that we can say, oh, well, we heard arpeggios in the Prelude, now we're hearing them here. Oh, beautiful. You know, Snow, it's been so long since I played RuneScape, I don't even remember what the music sounds like. Now we're back to sort of where we started. Huh. An interesting way of ending it with that F to D movement that we had throughout the rest of the song. Okay, shout out and a thank you to Kona Sophia, who says, hey, I'm really excited you're doing Final Fantasy VII. It's a classic. Please consider a really unusual request. Series called Xenosaga. As beautiful. Well, Kona, we're going to add that to the list, and we will use your super chat as an upvote. Also, shout out and thank you to Otter Gamer. Time for another Risk of Rain. Oh, you got it. Not very familiar with the Final Fantasy soundtracks. This is a new one to me. Well, that makes two of us, Otter Gamer. Hope you enjoy the ride. And a shout out to I3 Laid Dragon, who said, saw it made in Abyss in your list. Ooh, felt compelled to bump it up. Love your reactions. Keep up the good work. Well, you got it. And we will for sure bump that up after the stream with your super chat. So I think what's interesting so far is, you know, there isn't any immediate connection other than you can hear that it's clearly one composer. You can clearly hear that there's a direction and a creative consciousness in terms of the artistic decisions that are being made. Like, if you played all four of those tracks for me and said those are by four different people, I'd be like, yeah, okay, but they sound a little similar. That can also come down to how it's mixed and mastered. But I think there's you can start to see someone in their work, and I think perhaps we're starting to see the composer here. This next one is called Tifa's Theme. Shout out to the Tree of Life, Yggdrasil, who is in the chat. That was interesting too, is the last tune was like, oh, beautiful. Last tune had F minors in it. Whether that last tune was in the key of F minor Not entirely sure. I'd have to go back and listen to it. But here we are in F major, so I think even changing from Anxiety to Tifa's theme. Ooh. That was a fun 5 of 5 there. And not even going to 5 for a resolution, just using the 5 of 5 to go back to 1. I think what's also interesting too is this chord progression is based off of 1 to 4, but instead of 4 being major, how it would normally be if we harmonized an F major scale, it's actually minor. And again, using the 5 of 5 without actually going to the dominant there to bring us back home. And I'll explain what I mean by the 5 of 5 after this. Okay, so in addition to there being a really interesting chord progression there, Tails in the Sky for Bob, you got that. Tails in the Sky, just written that down. I think what's really interesting here too is the mix is so clean and clear. There's not a lot going on. Everything is super, super effective. There's not a lot of fluff. There's no extraneous things going on. It seems that every element that's being presented in the arrangement has a purpose and is actually fulfilling a function and is doing something. This next one is called Barret's theme or Barret's theme. I'm not sure how European we're going with our... F major again. And then going to E flat. So I think what's interesting... Oh, I was going to explain the 5 of 5. I knew I was missing something. Get that. I'll explain 5 of 5 after this one. I go into 4, but it's dominant. So yeah, it's like almost like a blues. That was an interesting chordal journey. The minor major 7 chord there. And now we're back to F. So it's following the same pattern every time around. As we're like on one chord, down a whole step, and back. And we're going down a whole step, or major second. And like keeping the chord major. Except here now we're going in G minor. Going to A minor now? Yep. Ending on that minor major 7. Okay, a couple shout-outs and thank you, and then I am actually going to explain what I mean by 5 of 5. Bob Kyle, saw your super chat. We'll get you all sorted out. Thanks for the clarity there. Shout out and thank you to Hadi Surya. Welcome to the Kazoo Club. And Bob Kyle says YouTube didn't like me, but we like YouTube. Love your insight. Recommend Trails in the Sky, second chapter. You got it. And also a shout out and thank you to Eric, who says, this means so much to me. Thank you for doing this for others. I learned music theory through this OST. And Others by Nobuo. That's so cool. The melodies, harmonies, and rhythms stay in your soul, and the theory explores our minds. Wow, that's awesome. Well, thank you all so much for your support. Thank you for your super chat, and welcome to new members. Okay, so I said I was going to explain to you what I mean by 5 of 5. Okay, so we're in the key of F. Now, we can think of music as using the regular alphabet, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, but instead of starting on A, we can start on any of the letters. And here's the thing, too. After G, we don't go to H, or whatever comes after G in the alphabet. We go back to A. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Oh, yeah, it was H. Okay, great. So after G, we go back to A. So we say A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and it just goes round and round and round, round like that. Now, if we think about it that way, let's say F. We're going to think of F as 1. So we're going to go F, G, A, B, C. That's 5. Okay, so F, G, A, B, C. F is 1, C would be 5. Now, we're going to think of what's the 5 of 5. So we have F, G, A, B, C. C is the 5 of F. The 5 of C. Now let's pretend C is 1. C, D, E, F, G. So G is the 5 of 5 for F. So it's like you're working backwards with these music theory connections. Okay, let's keep this rocking and rolling. And obviously that's not getting into the chord quality and all that good stuff, but that's just to understand the relationship of what I mean by the 5 of 5 is we're saying that, okay, and yeah, okay, well, you may be wondering, well, Dan, you just said G was 2 of F, right? So we have F, G, A, B, C. So why are we going the extra step further to call G the 5 of 5 of C? And that has to do with the quality of the chord. So I'm going to explain this. So chord quality means how the chord sounds. So for example, you hear this chord right here. This is a major chord. We can think of this chord as being happy. It can be vanilla. And then this chord right here is a minor chord. It sounds like sad, thoughtful, kind of like a rainy autumn day in the northeastern United States. So, chord quality. And the difference is that the chord quality when G is 2 of F is minor, and the chord quality when G is the 5 of C is major or dominant. Not to get into super far into the music theory weeds there, but that's why we need to call it the 5 of 5 and not just the 2 of F. Okay, this next one is called Hurry, which is what all of you were saying while I was giving that lengthy music theory explanation. So again, love for F. Now going up. You can see here too, we have one note on the bottom, then changing chords over that. Listen to the pan on that little thing. So much F because Final Fantasy? I don't know. I think it was all originally in Japanese. You're up a half step. So, we are starting to hear some connections. And please forgive me because I'm not going to remember the names of the songs. But the same way there's this in part of the song. Right here. Just one note. And then everything's happening over that note. So this is a compositional technique. This is not something that is necessarily unique to Nobuo, but the way that he's using it is very interesting. And when I say it's not unique to him, that's not to like take anything away from him or give him anything. That's just saying that it's a technique, it's a tool. It's like saying you have a contractor show up to work on your house. Most of them are going to have a hammer. Now, whether they choose to use a hammer for a particular job, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying it's very interesting that he used a hammer for both those jobs. The technique is the way you do something. So it's interesting that this particular way of creating music, for example, using a hammer, was used in both tunes. Okay, this next song is called Lurking in the Darkness, which is funny because when you're in the darkness, you're not lurking at anything. Oh, come on, bass. All right, come on now. Okay, well that was interesting. I think also interesting too, as Sparks also mentioned in the chat, that hi-hat pattern. So basically the only drum, the only percussion instrument we heard in that was a hi-hat. Very interesting that that's the only drum throughout the entire piece. This next one is called Shrina or Shrina Inc. It was an open and a closed hi-hat. It was open and closed. Shinra. Your one note chords changing above it. Just a B flat underneath it, all the chords changing on top of it. I think the way the drums are mixed are interesting too. I mean that clap just in your right ear. Huh, I wonder if it's about to loop now. Yes, I fully agreed with you, Dragon. It does have it has a touch of that Queen to it, doesn't it? So it doesn't have the full beat of We Will Rock You, to be clear. The first half of the drums is the same beat as We Will Rock You. That right there, that was not. So boom, boom, cup, boom, boom, cup. See that second? Here's part two, boom, boom, cup. Well, yeah, there was that small snare hit in there, but. This next one is called Let the Battles Begin. Back to F again. This really does remind me of A Link to the Past. Oh, and when you have a little... Oh, again. Again on left ear. Huh. Interesting. So this is a great rock progression. Very interesting sound going on there. It sounds like there's some sort of impact and a lot of reverb after it. Not really sure what to make of that sound or what made it a wild thing. This next one is called Fanfare. Oh, this is beautiful. Oh my gosh, that was so good. I love that. This next one is called Flowers Blooming in the Church. If you're just joining us now, welcome. My name's Dan. I'm a music teacher. I'm reacting to this for the first time. I've never ever heard this music before, so I'm reacting in real time on this live stream to the Final Fantasy VII original soundtrack. We're doing Disc 1 today from the soundtrack, and we will be doing Disc 2 next week, along with Disc 3 and 4. This next one is called Flowers Blooming in the Church. Huh, that's what that last one was. So I think what's interesting too is here how it's like using underneath it. If we look at the fundamental of what's being expressed harmonically, it's like a relatively simple chord progression. But the way these chords are voiced and the non-chord tones from the triad, and again, a non-chord tone would technically be a melody term, but I think you understand what I'm saying, that the add notes in the chord, beautiful, so tasteful, not something you hear every day. Like this is like an add 2 or an add 9 here. Well, now it's changing up. Sometimes, by the way, this is your first stream, I'll think I've have something figured out halfway through a song, and then the second half of the song proves me wrong. It does happen, because I've never heard this before. This next one is called Turks Theme. Welcome, new member Ben. Okay, come on now. All right, going to 4. Love it. Oh, please bring that riff back. This is so cool. And the way the percussion is grooving, like over here, perfection. That was a ton of fun. Sort of bluesy thing there. This next one is called Under the Rotting Pizza. Under the Rotting Pizza. Okay, come on now. Oh, love it. Oh, the groove. Honestly, for what is this, 1997? Yeah, this is some prog stuff, man. Not prog as in the time signature's funky, just the way it's being approached. It's really cool. This next one is called The Oppressed. Well, this is different. Oh gosh, this is so weird. Oh gosh, that was wild. Okay. What? Okay, why my brain short circuiting is those chords. Maybe I'm hearing them wrong, but it sounded like they were a half step flat from where they are supposed to be to agree with the key of the music. It might have just been me, but that sounded... Or maybe not a half step low. Anyway, yeah. Maybe that's just my ear not hearing it right, but that was wild. This next one is called Honeybee Inn. Yeah, whimsical's a good word, Zenju. Oi, I'm Penny. Beautiful. Oh. Kitzuku says the reason it reminds me, or us, of Link to the Past is because the SNES and the PlayStation 1 share similar sound chip. Thus, sequence music uses the same samples. Interesting. Wop bum. Wop bum. Yeah. That was wild. Okay, that was, yeah, I've never heard anything like that before in my life. I mean, I've heard things like it, but that was original. By the way, if you want to know the top 10 things I think every gamer should know about music theory, I just popped a link in the chat. You can go click on that and check that out. It's a free download. This next one is called Who Are You? Who, Won't you tell me who... Oh, no, that's the wrong one. This one is just called Who Are You? So, what's making this sound so weird is that there's multiple instances of the same sound and they're slightly out of tune with each other. And that out of tuneness between those different pitches is what makes it sound the way it does. Okay, this next one is called Dawn of the Slums. The day will come. Perhaps the day will never come, and I will call upon you. Snow says I don't remember a cognitive behavioral therapy scene in this game. That's pretty funny, Snow. Alright, this next one is called Infiltrating Shinra. Oh. Huh. Just like walking up hall steps, man. Oh, I did not see the drums coming in how they're coming in. This is really cool. This is exciting. See, I didn't even think of this as being compound. Huh. going down in whole steps using minor chords. Well, that right there was jumping down a minor third. And then going down a fourth. Interesting. And round we go. So we started on E minor. Excuse me, on D. Yeah, we did E, then D. Then C, then A minor. Now back to E. So we're going backwards down the musical alphabet. Remember we talked about how the alphabet is A, B, C, D, F, G. We can go backwards. G, F, E, G, F, E, D, C, B, A. Welcome, Sparks. Sparks and all our new members on this stream, look out for the post. It's going to go out on the 1st. That's in 3 or 4 days. That's how you're going to do your member vote. Oh, maybe not whole steps. Maybe I called that wrong. Oh, there's a whole steps at the end for sure. Okay. This next one is called Fight On. Actually, before we do... Oh, never mind. This is very Metallica. What's the song I'm thinking of? Oh gosh. Maybe Don't Tread on Me? By Metallica? For Whom the Bell Tolls. Thank you, Killer King. And then it's like a Doors solo. Love those arpeggios. Very interesting to bring that A major in there. So it's like, it sort of reminds me of Metallica, but it also gets a little like Yngwie. Well, I really enjoyed that one. All right, we have 3 more songs for today and 1 bonus one if we have time, but we may have to push that to the next one. This next one is called Red 13's Theme. Get like a sort of bluesy thing. Well, that was really cool and interesting. The drums and the percussion were very interesting too. Almost, yeah, chat was saying tribal. Yeah, I'm not sure what the correct term to use to not get in trouble in 2022 is, but yeah, tribal. The Chase is next. And a shout out and a thank you to Weirdness Unfolds, who says another addition to the Ace Combat 7. And yep, Nobuo is almost the Bach of video game music. Thanks for your support, Weirdness. And you got it. Sounded like some orchestra hits in there, or as they're called around here, big shot hits. Oh yeah. That low piano. Bah. Like someone just hitting a piece of metal. All right, before we do our last tune for today, AC, I'm going to have to get you in part 2 because I got to be somewhere at the top of the hour. Shout out and a thank you to Squiddy, who says, tested positive for COVID this morning. Uh-oh. Hope you're doing a bit better than I am on this fine Saturday, Dan. Put me down for a month or 3. You got it, Squiddy, and I hope you get better soon and feel better all kinds of fast. Wishing you a speedy recovery. Pikachu says, Pika Pika, Pika Pika Pika, Pikachu, which translated to English is, hope you're enjoying this legendary OST from Nobuo Uematsu. So far, we've only scratched the surface. Add this to Persona 5 Royal. It's way too low on the list, or Royale, I should say. Well, sure thing, will do, Pikachu. And in the words of your people, Pika Pika, Pika Pika. All right, this next one is Dear to the Heart. That, Kid Bobo, you have got that correct. Ending with arpeggios, just as we began Disc 1 with arpeggios. Oh, beautiful. Oh, beautiful way to end this part 1 of 4. My final reaction and summary is the following. This is an incredibly original soundtrack. So even though I did point out a couple of compositional techniques and tools along the way that were used that you can hear in other places, and sure, we pointed out some inspirations in different places, there's a lot of music on here that just honestly, I've never heard anything like it before, and it really is an honor and a joy to be spending so much time in music and then be able to come and hear something brand new that I've never, ever heard before. I hope you all really enjoyed this as much as I did. If you're finding this video helpful, I have tons of courses in my community for gamers who want to create their own music. If you want our help to create your own music or to build a professional portfolio on Spotify, YouTube Music, and Apple Music, or you want help composing your first original soundtrack, click the link in the video description and apply for our Gamer Music Creator program now. There are tons of compositions and songs we've already helped gamers just like you create and release professionally. No previous musical experience is required. You can be a total beginner and we will show you every step of the way through creating and releasing your own music. You also do not need to buy extra gear. We give you everything you need from day one if you are accepted into our program. Click the link in the description and apply now. For Best Music Coach, my name is Dan and you are watching a music teacher's reaction live and in real time to Final Fantasy original soundtrack. I've never heard this before, never, ever, ever in my life. So all my reactions, all my comments will be in the moment off the top of my head. And we're going to start, this is part 2. So we're going to be listening to disc 2 today. we're going to be starting with main theme of Final Fantasy VII. Let's get this thing rocking and rolling. Go. Hey chat, how's it going? We are live. Oh, that was beautiful. Yeah, Sophia Day, I agree. It's interesting that we have the Final Fantasy main theme this far into the soundtrack. Beautiful. So we started off in E major, now we're in G major. Oh, Derek Yale, shout out to Derek Yale in the chat. Coming back to arpeggios, this is how we started off the soundtrack. Except these are now minor arpeggios. With a minor feeling, a minor key. This is much more threatening, more ominous. I'll turn my headphones up a little bit. So interesting now. There was sort of an E minor. So we've had this change. Now, I've never played this game, but it seems to me that something has very dramatically shifted from the beginning of this theme to the middle of this theme. Now we're back to E major. Or are we back to E major? Huh. Now we're back. Huh. That was a very, very interesting theme. The journey that it took from that sort of major place, even with the that chord progression there of going flat 6 major, flat 7, back to 1. That there was interesting in and of itself, but also that it started off major, then it went to that minor land, and now it came back. So a couple shout outs and a couple thank yous. First to Xenon, who says, while not my favorite Final Fantasy soundtrack, the Final Fantasy VII soundtrack is super iconic, and I've got you Xenon for Kirby. Jammy, thank you so much. Jammy says, let's get this stream off to a good start. $40 towards Tohu 11. I'm still saying that wrong. I'm sorry. And to Bravely Default, you got it. Benjamin says, I highly recommend doing the Final Fantasy VI soundtrack, original and pixel remaster. And you've got that for sure, Benjamin. We'll put that super chat towards it. And welcome to new member, the Golden W. Kai will work out what you want for your super chat. And Rubberman says another boost. Also, someone mentioned on Twitter, commenting on my face from Earthbound Reaction Part 1 on the face you made in the thumbnail. Well, you know what? Is what it is. And a shout out and thank you to El Guerre. You've got it, DMC5. Okay, so we're going to keep this thing rocking and rolling. Any super chats that I missed during the stream, don't worry. We will catch those at the end. We'll do a whole little super chat reading section at the end. All right, this next one is called On Our Way. Oh! I want to catch that next time around. Interesting in the strength. Listen to that over that E minor chord if it comes back around. Beautiful minor 6 chord there. Oh, that one threw me for a loop. I'll catch it next time around. But something we've seen a couple times in this soundtrack is actually happening here. That we're going to a minor 4 before we go back to 1. Now, typically when you harmonize a major scale, 4 is major. So I think what's interesting too is that in this sort of earlier sort of PlayStation 1 just coming out of SNES point in history, like if you think about the village themes from other games, like go listen to the village theme from A Link to the Past. For Kakariko Village, it's like arpeggios, it's in a major key. Obviously it's different from this, I'm not making a direct comparison. But I think what is interesting is that having a slower song in a major key, talking about a place that feels safe, that feels protected, that feels like home, that's an interesting connection there. A shout out and a thank you to Watashi Machine, full cycle. Of a washing machine? That's funny. Okay, welcome to Staunch Supporter. And Weirdness Unfolds, thank you for your super chat. We'll be sure to put that towards Ocarina of Times. This next one is called Good Night Until Tomorrow with some very interesting capitalizations. Perhaps this is incorrect, but man, the good of good night is not, the G of good is not actually capitalized, which is interesting. Oh, beautiful. El Guerre, Slava Ukraini. Well, that was fast. So this one is called On That Day 5 years ago. So already in this part 2, we're seeing some radically different uses of harmony from the first. Here we have a D over A, or D in second inversion, to G minor, Oh. Okay, so already a huge departure from the harmony we heard in disc 1. Now, I heard disc 1 and I was like, okay, I think I've got disc 2. Like, I'm going to be able to walk in here and I'm going to be able to get all these chord progressions first time around by ear, because in disc 1, everything was a lot simpler. It was a lot more straightforward. And this is not that. This was complex. There's chords and inversions, a lot going on, much more complex sound. So we can also think of, I suppose, the story evolving and actually more complexity coming to the story, perhaps more complexity coming into the play, into the plot, into the characters, into the challenges that you're facing in the game with this rise in complexity of the music. This next one is called Farm Boy. Going to A major, 5 of 5 there, assuming we're in G. That was an A with a C sharp in the bass. That was cool. Really showing you the 5 of 5 there. Yeah, we have a banjo here. Well, a banjo patch. What is meant to be a banjo? AC in the house. All right, so we're going to talk about a 5 of 4 in a minute, because that's what was used here. Okay, so let's talk about secondary dominants. So what secondary dominants are, it's when we take a chord from the harmonized major scale and we borrow the 5 of that chord from its own scale and make that 5 a dominant chord. So in this song, we actually had 2 secondary dominants. I'm going to break down for you. So the first is when we transitioned to the 4. So it's like, so when the bass walks down from the G to the F, walk, that right there creates a G7 chord. Because of that F in the bass, the chord is now no longer just a plain G major chord, it's a G7 chord, and the G7 chord is actually the 5th of C. So if you think about C, we go C, D, E, F, G, we count up 5, we make that a 7th chord, that's actually the 5 of 4, bringing us to 4. Then the next chord was an A7, which is the 5 of 5, which brings us to the D sometimes, and sometimes in the song it doesn't quite bring us to the D. So very interesting use of 2, not 1, but 2 secondary dominants. And we're going to keep this thing rocking and rolling with the next one called Waltz de Chocobo. Waltz de Chocobo. So, any of you music theory guys out there, we hear low, high, high, low, high, high. That's strongest, weakest, strongest, weakest. Showing us, indeed, we are in 3/4. That was a ton of fun, especially the... well, I messed that part up. But having that little chromatic approach and that chromatic run, that was fun. This next one's called Cinco de Chocobo, which I suppose is like the Cinco de Mayo, but not quite. Oh, the second one is Electric de Chocobo. Alright, so this is something we've actually seen before. So we've actually heard previously in this soundtrack a similar mechanism being used. I don't think this sounds like surfer music. I think this, well, it's close to the Doors too with that organ in there. But what makes it sound like surfer music? Okay, it's the drums, it's the use of the guitar riff playing single notes. Okay, now this does sound like surfer music. Okay, and now it really sounds okay. Okay, it's surfer music. Okay, so it's also the chords, it's also the effects that are used on the guitar, it's the notes that the guitar is playing around those chords, that's also very, very much surferish. But before it got to that real guitar-y breakdown thing, to me it sounded more like the Doors. Like right here, this is like the Doors to me. Like same drum beat as the Doors. Yeah, it's very Doorsy. Yeah, Son of XL, it does sound like the Doors, I agree. Come on now. All right. Okay. 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 So the reason why I was cracking up during that part is because you had this very typical surf guitar going on over here. And then over here, you just did not have anything remotely close to what a surf guitar normally does. And it was actually creating these really interesting dissonant moments with the surf guitar, and it was almost like perhaps there was a character or something happening in this situation that was like a little weird, and it was a little off, and it like wasn't listening to what anyone else was trying to do. But what was going on the right here honestly was musically hilarious. Not bad, but actually humorous and funny. Shout out and a thank you to Bob Jones, who says, here's to a Final Fantasy VII Remake reaction review. I recommend using the not Final Fantasy VII OST playlist. Cool. Awesome. Thank you so much, Bob Jones. We're going to put that on there. Also, Bob Jones, thank you so much for your awesome work in the comments. Getting those timestamps in. This next one is called Cinco de Chocobo. Yeah, it is in 5/4. Dooba dooba shkabi dabba da bum bum. Yeah. Dave Brubeck on a Chocobo, very good. Michael Gum. So let's talk about this 5 here. So, if we think about something like 4/4, we have strongest, weak, strong, weakest. Oh, interesting. At 3/4, we have strongest, weak, weakest. But in 5/4, all bets are off. But you'll see that typically, 5/4 is grouped into a series of 3, then a series of 2. And you can hear the 3 and the 2 here. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 1. Ah. Well, we had a couple of not 5s over here. 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. See, and it's not 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. No. It's a group of 3 and a group of 2. You hear that little at the end? That's the 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, absolutely, Sonor XL. There are a couple of non-5s in there. This next one is called In Search of the Man in Black. Interesting panning. Listen for that bell moving around in the stereo image there. Now there's a lot going on here. There's a really quiet piano right over here. With the melody here. A response, call response. Bass is like over here. Oh, beautiful. Oh, beautiful. Oh, wow. Really interesting panning going on here. So panning is when you hear a musical element moving around. If you're wearing headphones or earbuds, you'll hear it. That it's actually moving where you might, if you close your eyes, it sounds like someone's walking around you while they're playing. Hello there. That was an interesting shift. You can hear the delay of that one is moving across the stereo image. That and right there, that just swept across like this. Beautiful. That was a really, really interesting piece. In terms of the way it was constructed with the panning and the presentation and the mix of the different instruments, very fascinating. This one is called Fort Condor. This does remind me a lot of A Link to the Past. A lot. I know I haven't said much. There's a lot going on. And it's changing quite frequently. It's not just the familiar sound font, Machinavi. It's the way it's used, too. The note choices for the chords, the mix. So that was a really interesting piece of music. Yes, it was military. It had the snare drum. It had all the feelings that would conjure up a bunch of soldiers doing something somewhere in some video game. Other than that, I really don't have too much to say, so I'm just going to go to the next one called Rufus's Welcoming Ceremony. This sounds like it's heading into a march, too. So listen to this march. This march is either in 2-2 or 2-4, depending on how it's written. But it's not 4-4. There really are 2 beat units per measure. Love that tuba. That's what it was. Rixar, I heard that drum part and I was saying to myself, man, I was, what is that? Bump bum, bump bum, brrr, bump bum. And then I heard in my head, bump bump bump, tucky tucky, the bump 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 bump. That's what it was. Thank you for catching that. Rixar 12 with the ears. Well done. There it was right there. Ba-bum. Right. What's interesting too is we hear a bass drum used here. Not timpani, but a proper bass drum. Well, that one was a ton of fun. This next one is called It's Hard to Stand on Both Feet! Exclamation point. Oh, come on now. I'll get down. Oh, this is sick. So, arigato gozaimasu. Nippon. Hey, you know what's really wild? Okay. So this is really like, this is also like in 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. It's not 4. It feels very sort of polka-ish, but like a polka you can like groove to, man. Well, Arigato. Oh, yeah. Yeah. My kanji are pretty rusty, but I got that much. Okay, so is this the same time signature as the last song? Well, we will never know until we look at the sheet music and understand the composer's true intention, because is it 2-4 or is it 2-2? How was it written? I mean, even the bass line alone is really just fascinating. I'll break down the main bass line after this. Okay, let's break down that main bass line, because that's really, really cool. So look, it's like we're in C minor, and then in the bass line we start on 1, we go to scale degree 5, scale degree 6, scale degree flat 2, which is also like a tritone substitution. Oh, look out for that one. It's sort of like implying a tritone substitution before we go back to 1. Now, what a tritone substitution is, hold on, this is a kind of advanced, it's more advanced than I typically go, but roll with me here. So what a tritone substitution is when we take what would be the dominant. So if we're in C minor, the dominant technically would be G7. If you think about it in terms of scale degree names, we have tonic, supertonic, median, subdominant, dominant. So scale degree 5, dominant, also the chord, dominant. Now, what we can do is we can actually substitute a tritone, because the two most important notes in a G7 chord are the F and the B. We can even sort of forget about the G. Those two notes, the 7th and the 3rd, are the most important notes because they're actually what give the chord quality and color. Now, here's the thing. What if we kept those two notes, the F and the B, and instead of having the G in the bass, instead we put a D flat in the bass? All of a sudden, we have a D flat 7, D flat, which is the tritone of G. So it's, well, a diminished 5th up from G, which is also a tritone, and then it's also a 7th, so we call it a tritone substitution. So instead of a G7, we have a D flat 7, bringing us back to. So technically, if we put one chord, if we were to harmonize the full bass line, we'd have 1 would be C minor, then we go to G, 7, then we go to A flat. I think we should keep that as a major short, and then we'd have D flat, and maybe I'll make it a little nasty and then bring it back home. So that's a ton of fun. All right, let's keep this thing rocking and rolling with Trail of Blood. So we just heard a callback to the bass line from the previous song right there. So listen to that. It's like a bass drum all the way in the back. Reminds me of that sound we've heard throughout the soundtrack of almost like a sheet of metal being hit. Oh, that was cool. So even the movements in the bass there, we had bum, 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 bum. Similar chromatic movements to what we had in the last song in the bass. And right there, that's the same exact bass line, just down a half step. So what we're hearing here is actually technically heard on disc 1, which is one note in the bass, chords changing on top of that. Huh. Love it. Voices in there. Okay, this next one is called Jenova, all caps, for whatever that's worth. Oh yeah. Oh, come on. Yo, that Stranger Things bass in the right ear is everything. And yes, I know this bass was around before Stranger Things. Oh, listen to that piano doubling the bass. Oh, it's very soft. It's in the left ear. Oh, this isn't like... Oh, that was so cool. Now listen, bass is staying the same note. Chords are changing over that same note. Gosh, I loved every single second of that, from the bass in the right ear, that bass, synth bass being doubled by the piano. Oh my gosh, that was so cool. This next one is called Continue. Shout out for you, Super Smash. Big one there. This next one is called Costa del Sol. Or Costa del Sol. Alright, come on now. Interesting, now we're making our way back to F major, which is a key that we heard. Alright, this chord progression is very interesting. So we make our way to F, then we're not at all at F anymore. It was like 2-5 in G, 2-5 in F, 2-5 in G, 2-5 in F, and then finally make our way to F. Very interesting piece of music in a bossa nova style. This next one is called Mark of a Traitor. I hear Jimmy can also be a traitor too. Does this remind me of a Disc 1 song? No, I do not remember all the Disc 1 songs that well. But we are back to F minor, which I know for a fact is something that happened in Disc 1. Well, F minor, but like F Dorian. What? Like, what? Okay, yeah, technically dissonant. Okay, let's have a talk about dissonance after this. Okay, so let's have a talk about dissonance and consonance, because it's kind of important to break it down. Because, okay, we can have what we call what I call traditional dissonance and traditional consonance. And yes, by all metrics, that section where you heard me laugh, I was laughing because it was traditionally dissonant. But here's the thing. The way it was used was really humorous and actually kind of funny. Again, a lot of humor in the way that was used. So was it dissonant? Yes, but was it dissonant in a way that like made Bach sort of like roll over in his grave? Yes, absolutely. But for our modern sensibilities, for our modern ears, that was actually really cool and really humorous and a sign of like some real musical intelligence there too as well. This next one is called Mining Town. And when I say musical intelligence, I mean you have to understand a joke. You have to understand a language to be able to joke in it. Like whenever you learn a new language, the first time you make up a joke in a new language, it like shows a level of mastery of what's going on. So that's what I mean there. This next one is called Mining Town. Yeah, so this is definitely in minor. E minor. But again, Dorian, not natural minor, because we're hearing that raised 6. I'll break down the difference between a natural minor scale and Dorian right after this song. By the way, I just figured out that the mods in the chat have that little wrench next to them. We have some new mods on the channel as of this stream. Thank you, mods, for being here. I just figured that out. I'm a little slow. It's like, what's going on with all these people with the wrench icon and the wrench emoji next to their names? Sorry for talking over the music. This next one is called Gold Saucer. It's like Brandenburg meets like Hey Nani No Renaissance Fair. And I just say Brandenburg because the way the harpsichord's mixed reminds me of a lot of recordings I've heard of the Brandenburg Concerto. Anyway. An amusement park, yeah, sounds about right. Cool. Yeah, Bach Oktoberfest. Good call, Zenju, I like it. What's interesting too is that these drums really are in two again. Oktoberfest sounds fun, says Derek Yale. This next one is called Cait Sith's Theme. Does she have a red lightsaber, I wonder? Or have just her eyes turned and her lightsaber still blue while she fights Obi-Wan Kenobi on Mustafar? I wonder. Oh, cool. All right, so back to F minor. To major 4. This is wild. I love the bass and the kick drum going together on that. So, very interesting change here to major 4, B flat major, going down a whole step with majors, which we have heard before from Nobuo-san. Heard him use those descending whole step with major chord movements. Okay, guys, this next one is called Desert Wasteland. Listen to the pan on that. That guitar sounds live to me. Jappy Padazaki. Very interesting bass drum there. Right there. Bass drum. Perhaps meant to be a taiko? Listen to that bell. Now doubling the melody. A sample, yeah, but not MIDI. Didn't sound to me. Yeah, I know MIDI can be. You can trigger samples with MIDI. That's more my point. It was a recorded sound. It was not generated through a synth. Oh, so tasteful. Actually, if you listen to the decay on that guitar, I'm not sure if that is live. It might be a synth. Yeah. If you listen to the very tail of the sound, wow, that fooled me for a hot minute. Yeah, it was very close. And this melody is just gorgeous. Oh, beautiful. Yeah, sounds like a taiko. I don't think that's a bass drum. Could be wrong though. Okay, final thoughts and reaction. Before I do that, guys, there's a pinned comment in the chat with the top 10 things I think all gamers should know about music theory. Go click on that, check it out. It's a free download, and there's more free downloads with it. It's just tons of free content for you. Okay, this is what I think. I think it was very interesting to hear the difference from Disc 1 to Disc 2, because Disc 2 was very different from Disc 1. Yes, we had a couple of moments where we had F major or F minor, but for sure, a clear departure in obviously the story. Something's different, perhaps different characters, definitely different places. Absolutely wild. And I mean, just so radically different, but still you can hear the composer's voice coming through in the sense that those moments of playfulness, those moments that can make you laugh just from the music itself are still there, and it's still from the same person. It's still from the same human. You can hear the creative mind, the creative soul shine through, and I really did enjoy that. I cannot wait for part 3. Make sure you hit like, subscribe, hit that notification bell so you can tune in to part 3 and 4 of this Final Fantasy VII original OST stream. If you're finding this video helpful, I have tons of courses in my community for gamers who want to create their own music. If you want our help to create your own music or to build a professional portfolio on Spotify, YouTube Music, and Apple Music, or you want help composing your first original soundtrack, click the link in the video description and apply for our Gamer Music Creator program now. There are tons of compositions and songs we've already helped gamers just like you create and release professionally. No previous musical experience is required. You can be a total beginner, and we will show you every step of the way through creating and releasing your own music. You also do not need to buy extra gear. We give you everything you need from day one if you are accepted into our program. Click the link in the description and apply now. For Best Music Coach, my name is Dan, and you are watching a music teacher's reaction live and in real time to Final Fantasy VII. Did I click the right button? Yes, I did. Final Fantasy VII. Original OST. I've never heard this music before, and not once ever. You can tell we're live because I'm already messing up the English language. And so my first time hearing this, all my comments and all my reactions, any teaching I do is going to be off the top of my head in the moment. And this is part 3, so we're going to start with Cosmo Canyon. We'll be doing disc 3 from the original soundtrack today. Here we go. All right. Okay. So we've heard this before. I'm not going to remember the name of the song. Oh, that was cool. So what's really interesting about the way the bass drum's mixed here, you can clearly hear the bass drum going on, or taiko perhaps, in the right ear, and then also very faintly in the left ear as well. Back to 1, minor 1. Oh, no, 4. To 6. Back to 1. Love it. A couple shout out and thank yous, by the way. If I don't get to your super chat during the OST, I'll get to it at the end. We'll do a full comment reading for all super chats. Crunchy says, love your reactions. Well, Crunchy, thank you so much for your support and thank you for your super chat. And David Harder is talking about Final Fantasy. Let's see if I can get my Roman numerals together here. 14, perhaps. Soundtrack. Let's see it all covered. But if limited, I'd say starting at Heaven's Word. Awesome. Or Sword. Whatever. I'll figure that later. This next one is called... oh boy. Next one is called Lifestream. Not live stream, but Lifestream. Listen to that pan. Oh, beautiful. Going between G major and F major here. And we've heard this throughout the soundtrack so far, major chords going down by a whole step. Very interesting way of resolving there. Flat 6, minor 4 to 1. I'm just going to turn my headphones down a scotch. That's better. E flat. Minor 4 to 1. Now we've heard minor 4 to 1 resolutions throughout the soundtrack. By the way, we are live. Welcome chat. Welcome everyone watching this live. Those of you who joined it the first time, so glad you could make it. And those of you who are returning, also so glad you could make it. We're just hanging back and forth between a G and an F. Now E flat. An E flat kind of is a C minor, isn't it? Huh. Now I say that because technically all the notes that make up an E flat, if you add a C to them, make up a C minor 7. Because E flat is E flat, G, B flat, and C minor 7 is C, E flat, G, B flat. This next one is called The Great Warrior. Or is it The Great Warrior? Oh no, there's no ER at the end. You can't be fancy with it. I think we've heard this rhythm before. Oh, strings, yes. Something to notice about those strings is they didn't play from the beginning, but when they came in, the emotion, it just ramps the emotion up to 11. Some of that bass. I'm saying we're back to sort of E minor. With that A there, it's sort of like E Dorian. I'll write that down, Pikachu, thank you. Which is interesting because right there we're going to C, which then puts us in the realm of, oh, well, now, totally different. But that C would put us in the realm of an E natural minor, harmonized scale. So what I mean by that is this. It's because if you think about an E natural minor scale, you have E, F sharp, G, A, B, C, D, E. Now the third of an A major chord is C sharp. So what you'd have to do is you have to raise that C up to a C sharp. So it'd be E, F sharp, G, A, B, C sharp, D, E. So when you harmonize the E Dorian scale like that, you'd get that A major over there. Now, I think we have some stream relevant super chats here. So the song One Winged Angel, or Winged, I don't see the backwards thing over the E, but we'll call it One Winged Angel, has Latin lyrics. So look those lyrics up when we arrive at the song. Chat, will you help me out and put the English translation in as we go along? This next one is called Descendant of Shinobi. That was quite the turnaround there. That was a bunch of fun. Huh. That was a secondary dominant going to 6. So I think something else that's interesting about these chord progressions is that a lot of times composers, they don't phone it in. So I don't mean to say that anyone is lazy or not doing the work, but a lot of times someone will find a chord progression that works and then they'll stick to it. But something that we see and have been seeing from Nobuo-san is that there are a lot of times where he could just stay with the same exact chord progression, but he doesn't. He changes things up, and that's actually pretty interesting. And a quick word to Komradovsky. Yes, there is a possibility. I think it's in the top 5 right now, and we're going to upvote it with your super chat. He was talking about, Komradovsky was talking about Ace Combat 7. This next one is called Those Chosen by the Planet. Ah, love it, love it, love it. So this is another time where we have one note Everything's being compared to this one note. Here, underneath everything, there's a D under everything. Interesting. So right there, that was just using really, well, classically dissonant intervals. Minor second, minor third, tritone. Right there, that's the minor second. Going to F. With an inversion of which instrument was creating the minor second there. We went back to it. Which is kind of fun. We're gonna hang out here for a moment. Well, this is definitely getting dark. It's foreboding. It's menacing. This next one is called The Nightmare Begins. Uh-oh. Look out, here we go. Okay, so what's also kind of interesting here is like it's in a group of 9 or a group of 4 and a group of 5, which really does okay, now the divisions of 9 just got cut in half. So like instead of 9 quarter notes, then it became 9 eighth notes, I think. Unless I'm going crazy. I might be going crazy. Yeah, okay, we're 9. Which, if you think about it, 9/8 or 9/4 is like the compound version of 3/4, but the way it was grouped was not compound. Huh. No, it would be really funny, Alessandro Coelho, if you were right, and I'm here like talking about 9s, and it's just like 3/4. Oh boy. I mean, like, you can count. 1 and 2 and 3 and 1 and 2 and 1. Well, okay. Perhaps we'll have to go back and listen to that one another time. This next one is called Sid's Theme. Let me know in the comments, by the way, if you've looked at the score for this and you know what the time signature deal was on that last one, because I'd honestly be curious. I feel like I just walked into a wall on that one. I'm not sure. Okay, so really you have this sustained bass in the right ear, and this like little boom boom bass left ear. Oh! Beautiful descending line to B flat. Nice. Ah! Paul Ocon said they Googled the sheet music and the first result was 9.8. Okay, but that doesn't mean anything. Okay. One moment, we're going to talk about sheet music and we're going to talk about things like that. Okay. So, you know how I was just like, well, is it 9.8? Is it this? Is it that? Guess what? The person who wrote that sheet music might have also been saying that. And here's the thing. If you go and look at like songs that are in compound meter, like, I don't know, you look at like Kelly Clarkson, Breakaway. Well, maybe that's not in 6.8. Anyway, I've seen it written in 6.8. I think I've seen it written in 4.8. Point is, the point I'm trying to make, without citing any specific examples, which I may in all likelihood get wrong, is that there can be a time signature is an interpretation, and until we see the original composer's score where it says the time signature, that everyone's just sort of making things up as they go along, unless there's a drum pattern like a 4/4 drum pattern or a 3/4 drum pattern where you know for sure what the meter is. A lot of times you actually need to see the original composer's time signature that they chose to do it. Okay, I was going to talk about that descending line there because it was really beautiful. So we had an E flat, and then we went down to D. So we're walking down. We're going to go E flat, D, C, B flat, A flat, B, and then back to, which is really pretty. So we go E flat, then we put a D in the bass, the 7th, and then we walk down to C minor, then we put a B flat in the bass, and then A flat major, B flat, back D flat. A beautiful, beautiful descending line there. Okay, this next one is called Steal the Tiny Bronco, which is part of what got OJ in trouble, isn't it? Oh! Heard this theme before. Can't remember where, but I've heard it at some point in this soundtrack. Oh, it's from the main theme? Alright, cool. Oh, that's so fun. The next one is called Wutai. So, fun fact about Sid, says Weirdness Unfolds. While the Final Fantasy games have independent stories with no relation to one another, Sid is a reoccurring character in each one. Huh! Thanks, Weirdness Unfolds. Oh, love that pitch modulation there. Oh yeah, come on now. That's very Celeste, by the way. This whole track is very Celeste. Well, now it is. Like add two. All these are like add twos. So here, again, we sort of have, well, we had two chords going over one bass note. And what's also cool here is that a lot of this chord progression is using the classic and also classic rock, the classic rock and also classic rock chord progression of minor 1, flat 7, flat 6, or some order thereof, returning back to 1, and sometimes not. Not in this case, but the classic rock and also classic rock progression. I love the way the percussion is panned here. It really, part of the mixing actually helps define the groove. Well, that was a ton of fun in the sun for everyone. Hey, quick shout out. If you're wondering where the list, so you can see where the next reaction is going to be, you can actually check the description of this video for the list. And while I'm also giving you shout outs, I have a pinned comment in the chat for the 10 things I think every gamer should know about music theory. And there's actually some free download there and more free downloads that get emailed to you. It's really cool. Go check that out. Winter Fox 2 says, now you've listened to a Final Fantasy track, make sure you do Final Fantasy X original later on. It's a major shift from the Final Fantasy music prior to this 10th installment and is the first time. Oh, perhaps you could finish that sentence there, Winter Fox 2. I'd be very curious to know what else there is at the end of that sentence. The next piece of music, le prochain morceau is Stolen Materia. Morceau prochain? Oh, whatever. Oh, thank you, Jumbo Man. Thought I got my grammar all wrong there for a moment. Huh. Oh, Winter Fox, I'm gonna read that out. Fun resolution there. All right, so Winter Fox 2 says sentence limit. That's why we couldn't get the full what they were saying before. Sorry, English is not happening today. Winter Fox says it's the first time Nobuo-san has had any assistance in composing the score for Final Fantasy game before that. Seems like it was all rocking and rolling. Oh, hey, Network 50. Shout out and thank you to Network 50 for making the incredible thumbnails that we've been using of late. And also, welcome to membership, Network 50. Welcome, welcome. All right, let's go to the next one called Win Place Show Chocobo. Chocobo. Not quite sure what to emphasize, the correct syllable there. Yes, Sophia Day, I would say so. So here we're sort of in Mixolydian land. Interesting there. Because, all right, I'll tell you why it's interesting. It's interesting for a number of reasons. Number one, because again, we're seeing the changing of the third. They're going to an F natural as opposed to the F sharp, which you're hearing right now. Also, this drum beat, I think we heard previously, and a couple of those other ones that were in 2. So it's interesting now, it's like we're in C major. But I got the mode wrong. I'll get the mode if it comes back. Oh, it's not going to come back around. Dang it. All right, maybe next time. Okay, this next one is called Fiddle de Chocobo. And welcome to new member, Winter Fox 2. Oh, come on now. That sound is hilarious. I come from Alabama with a banjo on my knee. Whoa, modulation, look out. Ah. Yes. Oh, we're going to have a talk about the song Camptown Races in a moment. First, a quick reminder to our new members, go check out the community tab because member voting is happening right now, 1st and 2nd of every month. Okay, let's talk about the song Camptown Races. Now, turns out this song is actually racist because it was trying to create a caricature of how, well, slaves spoke in America. The doo-dah, doo-dah, odie doo-dah day was actually to make fun of black folks back in the day when they were slaves. So now that song, when you hear it programmed into like kids' toys, you're gonna think to yourself, should this song be in children's toys? And should we be singing the song? So that's a song where, yeah, we could hear references to it in here. But for all you guys to know now that next time you hear someone very jollily singing Camptown Races, maybe don't sing along. All right, this next one is called Jackpot. Oh, Camptown Ladies. I'm sorry. I meant Camptown Ladies. I was thinking because it's talking about a horse race. It's Camptown Ladies. Excuse me. So, what I meant was, maybe it was all Freudian because it's racist. I was calling it. Anyway, it doesn't matter. And remember, guys, if I miss your super chat, don't worry about it. We're going to read all the super chats at the end. This next one is called Tango of Tears. Google does say it's Camptown Races. Well, maybe I had it right the first time. Who knows? I love the way that little line. Have you ever seen a video where someone does like a long exposure thing and they draw a picture with light? You know, they'd like draw words with light or something. That's exactly what that little arpeggio felt like to me. It's like, yeah, just going back and forth, super playful. All right, shout out and a thank you to Emily Thor Jean or Jean, who says, "Okay, one of the later tracks, let me some One-Winged Angel, One-Winged Angel, and Jenova." Let's keep this thing rock and roll, and I'll read the full one at the end. This one is called Debut. Again, very sort of medievally. We did hear a medievally sort of like Renaissance fair one for the carnival. Emil! Oh my gosh! I'm so sorry, Emil! I'm sorry. I love that little with those pizzicato strings. Pizzicato is where you play a violin, viola, a cello, or a bass, acoustic bass, double bass, contrabass, with fingers instead of with a bow. The next one is called Words Drowned by Fireworks. So again, here we have two major chords going up and down. Well, a major chord going down by a whole step. Ooh. Going to 6. If we are in fact in D major. Oh, maybe not quite. G major turns out. But C sharp in there. My goodness. Nobuo-san. That was really cool. I think it was also really cool is to hear how this works, man. It really works. The different keys that are implied or tonicized for a moment. The modes. Love it. Yeah, strings. Love that. Love that C sharp in there. So we're also hearing a very different flavor here now than we've heard, I think. By the way, that little descending part there, I think reminds me of a Beatles song. Could be wrong. Anyway, we're hearing a really different side of Nobuo-san here, where it's like, it's very, very different. And the amount of colors and emotions that are coming out are honestly really cool. The next one is called Forested Temple. I love it. Yes, that is the James Bond thing there. Got exactly right. Going 5 to augmented 5 to raised 6. Live and let die. Yeah. That's some Paul McCartney right there. Man, that is a stretch. Pinky does not like doing that one. Oh, that's because I'm being a dingus. Don't mind me. Oh, love that. Okay, so some really cool things. So throughout this entire song, I'm just so excited. I'm just talking over the end. Okay, look. Throughout this entire song, we go 5. We go augmented 5 or sharp 5 if if you will. Then we go to a natural 6. So what was really cool is, so he did that over 3 minor chords. He played around with it in a couple other chords. So he did it over an E minor. It was like... and then going to A minor. And then to D minor. I'll get it. There we go. So this is the same idea of the 5, sharp 5, 6, sharp 5 played over 3 different minor chords. Also, you see some cool stuff was also happening over the G and things, but really, really cool. All right, this next one is called Listen to the Cries of the Planet. Bring it up. Oh, or down. Either way. Oh, Pixels, you are in luck. Welcome for your first time live. A Hat in Time. It's on the channel. Go check it out. Thank you for your super chat. Oh, please bring it in after this. Oh, come on, please. Come on, build it up. Let's go. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh, loops now? You know what I really want? It's more like a full orchestra to just come in and just like Steve Vai or John Petrucci to just take like the sickest guitar solo you've ever heard over it. Speaking of my music heroes, hang out after this stream for an interview with Brian Beller from The Aristocrats. Plays Joe Satriani. Plays with Steve Vai. The stream's going to redirect to it, so make sure you hang out for that. So, from what I gather from the chat, the next song's not really that important, and we could probably just skip it, like for time. Is that right, chat? Yeah, is that the general feeling? Messing with ya. Bob the Warrior says next song is the most emotional. Whoa, for all Final Fantasy VII fans, feel the tears. Uh-oh, I just tread on very dangerous ground there. Uh-oh. Oh boy. Okay, this next one is called Aerith's Theme. I did not realize I was treading on such dangerous ground with that joke. I just saw the chat was getting a little excited about the next one. And turns out this is the most emotional song. So sorry, guys. Didn't know. All right, let's get this thing rocking and rolling with Aerith's Theme. I think this is the same chord progression we heard at the intro. Oh, harp in there. Oboe. Beautiful. That was a beautiful piece of music. From what I understand, the remake of this has a full orchestra, and I would love to hear this song with a full orchestra. That being said, really, really beautiful orchestration, really beautiful arrangement. I loved the use of the strings and even those lower strings, just very gently holding those lower notes in the chords really grounded the whole thing. And I think the mixing, too, is part of what brings that together. Really beautiful, very tasteful. Shout out and welcome to new member Tree. Check out the community tab for your for voting. This next one is Buried in Show, not Buried in Snow. Okay, Buried in Show. It's snow? Well, I gotta tell you, there's a typo on Spotify. That's hilarious. It says show. Yes, it does sound more like Buried in Snow than Buried in Show. I'm not sure what Buried in Show means. Other than when I was like 4, I had a pacifier that I called Show. TMI, perhaps. Entertaining, definitely. Yeah, N is a sort of an H that just grew a little too tall, or it needs to be trimmed. Those little pwas, that's a very interesting sound. Right there. There again. Interesting. Little echo there. Panned over to the right here. So what's interesting here too is this chord progression. It's like we're going 4-3-4-3 in G, and then finally to G. I mean, it's not a chord progression you hear every day. This is what I'm saying. It's like the chord choices and the way these chord progressions are made is uncommon. That's an interesting little thing in there. There it was. There it was again. Listen for your right ear, just like right here. There it was twice. Thrice. So, that shows another use of two bass instruments. One holding longer, well, the rhythmic value of one of the notes of one of the bass instruments is, well, larger. And then the other one is sort of, not staccato, but shorter, and creating movement and like punctuation with a second bass instrument. It's the second or third time we've heard that compositional technique in this disc, which I think is interesting. The next one is called The North Cave. Well, this is cool. Buckle in, folks. This song is 6 minutes long. So we have like an A note. We're sort of doing this A natural minor thing. Well, we haven't heard a sixth yet, so who am I to say if it's natural minor or whatever it is? But an A minor thing. Oh, there you go. That's your F natural. Oh, this is for a meteor looming overhead? That tracks. Ooh, interesting now. You know what I could use a little bit of in my life? Some heavy metal Final Fantasy covers. I'm sure they're out there. Oh, but this is just heavy. Alright, it's building. Oh, what was that in the left ear? Did you guys catch that? It's interesting that that doubling of the melody, we have like that sort of woodwindy type thing here. And we have a whistle like right here, an octave up. up a half step in the bass. To B flat. It's very threatening. Oh, and there it was again on the left ear. Do you guys catch that time? Very, very interesting to have that there. Not at all expected. I wonder what the point of that was. Like, is there something that happens in the game right at that moment? Huh. This next one is called Reunion. Oh, come on now. Oh, love it. By the way, that little chromatic thing, you hear that all over Undertale. Nice little sus4 to a resolution there. Which, we've heard a couple of. But it's not something that Nobuo-san's really been leaning on. Yeah, indeed. It's almost like Toby Fox was inspired or something. Indeed. So what's interesting here is that up till now, we've seen Nobuo-san use major chords going back and forth by a whole step. Now we have like minor chords going back and forth by half steps, also going up and down. But again, not a chord progression that you typically hear. Love it. Love it. Come on now. That was a really low bass note there for a moment. This next one is called Who Am I? There's an ellipses after the who, which is why I paused there. Interesting drone. Low note. Oh, come on now. Ah, we've heard this theme before. Oh, turning up the bass there too. This is very questioning. This song is very much Who Am I? Well, that was a ton of fun. Hang out for my final reaction and summary. Hey, you want to see part 4? Hit like, subscribe, hit that notification bell. That way you will know. By the way, if you want to know the 10 things I think every gamer should totally know about music theory, check out the pinned comment in the chat. There's a free download there and more free downloads after you get the first free downloads. It's like a snowball of free downloads. It's raining down, whatever. It's great stuff, good content, good value for you for free. Take it and run. Okay, this disc was really interesting because just like disc 2 was different from disc 1, disc 3 was different from disc 2 and disc 1 as well. I really, here, let's put some background music on for this. How about this? Oh, come on now. I really did enjoy a lot of the new compositional techniques we heard, in addition to Nobuo-san doing things that we've heard from the other 2 discs. I think something again to talk about is really the originality of the chord progressions is not to be understated. And originality, I remember someone saying that perhaps at this point Nobuo-san didn't have classical music training or any deep music training. So oftentimes when you have beginner mind, when you don't know all the rules and regulations, you can come up with new and different combinations that you wouldn't have otherwise. Perhaps that has something to do with it. Perhaps it does not. Perhaps I'm mistaken on that. But I think it is very interesting to see the originality of these progressions. These chord progressions are honestly things that you just don't hear in everyday music. Very interesting and fascinating. If you're finding this video helpful, I have tons of courses in my community for gamers who want to create their own music. If you want our help to create your own music or to build a professional portfolio on Spotify, YouTube Music, and Apple Music, or you want help composing your first original soundtrack, click the link in the video description and apply for our Gamer Music Creator program now. There are tons of compositions and songs we've already helped gamers just like you create and release professionally. No previous musical experience is required. You can be a total beginner and we will show you every step of the way through creating and releasing your own music. You also do not need to buy extra gear. We give you everything you need from day one if you are accepted into our program. Click the link in the description and apply now. For Best Music Coach, my name is Dan and you're watching a music teacher's reaction live and in real time to Final Fantasy VII original soundtrack. I have never heard this before, not once, ever, never, ever before in my life. So all my reactions, all the comments, all the teaching I do will be off the top of my head in the moment, no preparation at all. We're just gonna jump straight in and rock and roll. This is part 4, so we're gonna start with Shinra's full scale assault. Let's do this thing. Oh, that's Who Am I? This is Shinra's full scale assault. Hey chat, how's it going? We are live. Ah. Ah, love it. Well, that was a ton of fun. That's a really cool piece to start off. Okay, so again, what we're seeing is sort of common things being done. Like, okay, we have a military piece of music, but then like those hits on like the uhs, like wanting it the hits, the choice of melody, we're really seeing, again, original things from Nobuo-san. This one is called Attack of the Weapon. That little reep. So there's so much space being left in the middle of this mix for that little sound effect to go. We can hear everything's on the left, everything's on the, well, right and left. So if you're listening with headphones right now, you should hear that there's like right wing, right ear, left ear. I'm thinking one wing and angel. Left wing, and then that little blip, blip. What's going on in the game with that sound effect? That right there. What's that? What's happening in the game when that happens? Right there. It's an alarm, okay. Must be a very important alarm the way it's mixed. Kaiju attack, okay. Big monster. That little sound in there is fascinating. By the way, if I don't read your super chat out right now, I'll read it out at the end, so don't worry. This one is called The High Wind Takes to the Skies. Oh, recognize this theme. This chord progression is bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A-S. Like, the crazy part is it totally works. Oh. Like, this chord progression right here, guys, is bananas. Like, if you don't already play an instrument like no music theory, just trust me when I'm telling you that the order of the chords this is going in is completely bananas, but it works so well, and mad respect to Nobuo-san. Like, epic mad respect, because insane. A quick shout out and a welcome to new member at the Best Supporters Ever, Icaros. Welcome. Make sure you head over to that members part of the community tab and you vote on what OST you want to upvote for this month. Do that today. This next one is called Secret of the Deep Sea. So 7 chords here. Huh. You even hear the chord progressions, man. Mike Binkowski, I agree. He is writing with his ears. That's for sure. Like, no doubt there. But the thing is, not everyone can write with their ears like that. I mean, everyone can learn to write with their ears like that. But not everyone shows up writing with their ears like that. That is something special for sure. Yeah, Cruzy, we live. Wow, these are definitely some songs to come back and revisit, like, no doubt. No, Roadman, you just have to get some tape. And then you hear it with your ears. This next one is called Provincial Town. Welcome, new member, a bag of Dragonite. Not a dag of Bagonite. I'm having some English issues. Apologize. There we go. Well, I got that chord. G7 sharp 9, bringing us back home. And this one is called From the Edge of Despair. So the last one we were in was pretty much C minor. Now, like, we're back in C minor here again. Well, I hesitate to say so, but I have not heard the whole piece. Starting off in C minor. Like implying a B flat here. Back to C minor. Now what we see here, this is chord progressions that are used a lot in minor, is with 6, 7, and 1. And sure enough, we have here 1, 7, and 6 happening. This is like an A flat major 7. Back to C minor. Listen to the way the melody is call, response. So it's calling out here, the response is over here if you're listening with headphones. Beautiful. So, I thought the response and call and response had to be a little different. No, it doesn't have to be different. A call and response can be exactly the same thing back and forth. It can be different, but it doesn't have, I mean, it can also be the same. That's why it's a response. I mean, yeah, you could say, so think about it. Like the blues was tradition. Well, one of the stories about how the blues was made is that it comes from call and response. So like, I woke up this morning and felt so sick, I thought I was dead. And then the second line is, I woke up this morning and felt so sick, I thought I was dead. And you're saying the same thing 2 times. And then in the third line, you'd say, I felt sick in my stomach. And then you'd say, I felt sick in my head, and it would rhyme. So yeah, call and response can be the same thing, back and forth. All right, this next one is called Other Side of the Mountain. Well, in the case of the blues, it does vary, Watashi. You have different chords underneath, and oftentimes you have melodic embellishment, too. Yeah, Emil, it is just echoing. Uh-huh. Now that was very, who's the composer I'm thinking of? Perhaps Bach, and that major to minor twist there. That was wild. That was a ton of fun. Someone in the comments is gonna get it right, or in the chat. But that switch from major to minor was wild. And then resolving the major. Minor, love it. Thank you, Taco Gamer. Appreciate the support. I love it. Walking up to 5 there. So this is someone getting secondhand psychosis. I believe it. The change between the major and the minor like that, a lot of times what we've seen in games or tracks where we're talking about mental health, that change between major and minor. So yeah, fascinating. The next one is called Hurry Up. I like to live in America. I like to live in America. Something is something America. Something is America. America. I like to live in America. I like to live in America. Guys, it's been West Side Story the whole time. Keep up. Come on now. Okay, so what it's doing, yeah, so it's like a hemiola. It's alternating between a compound and a simple time signature. Oh, love that. Three, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, I think I'm counting that right. I think it's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1 and 2 and 3 and 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1 and 2 and 3 and I like to live in America. It's the Broadway time. Shop at the deck at the Broadway time. Okay, this next one is called Launching a Dream into Space. You are all welcome. Quick stars. I have played Undertale all the way through. Passive and neutral roots. Oh, love that. And now to C major. All right, guys, tell me true. Is what's going on in this song right now that there's a lot of like mental health stuff happening? Because the choices of these chords are weird. Like weird in the sense that like we have a minor thing, we're resolving the major. What's going on at this point in the game? Sadness and regrets? Is someone trying to change something or wishing? Yeah, okay, yeah. Bittersweet, okay. So G minor. Now G7 or G sus to G7 to C major. To C minor, cause why not? E flat. F. Back to, yes, sus chords. When the chord is sus. I'll break down what a sus chord is. I haven't done that for a while. All right, so basically, what we have, the two most basic type of chords are called triads. And these triads are major or minor. So a major triad goes, and a minor triad goes. Now how we find these notes is we go up a major scale. So you know that song, Do, a deer, a female deer, that walks up the major scale. So you go, do, re, mi, fa, sol, fa, mi, re, do. Now what's happening is we're gonna take do, re, mi, fa, sol. We're gonna take do, mi, sol, mi, do. We're gonna take 1, 3, and 5. So we think of this as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 notes. We're gonna take note 1, note 3, note 5. We play them all together. That gets us a major triad. Now here's the thing. If we take that 3 and we turn it into a 2, then we have 1, 2, 5. We take that 3 and we turn it into a 4, That's 1, 4, 5. So a sus chord is when we take the third and we suspend it to the second, that's a sus2, or we suspend it to the fourth, and that's a sus4. So we go sus4, resolve to the third. Yeah, kind of like it wants to go there. Cool. All right, this next one is called Countdown. When the third is an imposter. Very good, Waffles. Why do you hear sus4 more than sus2? It's because it resolves nicely. Exactly, Bexelzer. Sounds like something went wrong with the countdown there. This next one is called Open Your Heart. Oh, beautiful. Ooh. Oh, so pretty. Love those woodwinds, clarinets in there. What is that falling thing called? Do you mean the arpeggio? Oh, well, it just changed. Half the time with this disc 4, I feel like, oh, I've just got it figured out, and then I go to play it, and then it changes. So even there, those arpeggios, man, those arpeggios were like, which is like, if you're considering this to be the root, it's going 1, 2, 5, 6, 5, 2, which in and of itself is kind of like, well, a sus2 add 6 chord, perhaps? This next one is called Mako Canyon, the destruction of Shinra. Oh, come on now. It's not over. The next one is called Judgment Day. Oh, come on now. Interesting. Oh, lost the plot. I got it back. Back. A. G. B minor. Sort of an A sus4 perhaps. Oh, love it, love it. Oh, minor major 7 in there. F sharp minor, G major, back, F sharp minor, G major, to C now. There we go. C major. Lost it again. That's cool. If it comes back around, I'll grab it. Went to F after C. So one thing that's really cool in this song is listen to the way the groove is set up. So part of that, yeah, that's the arrangement, making that groove hard like that, but it's also how it's mixed, man. Like, you know, composers can make an incredible music, and then someone can come along and mix it and really just destroy the song, and that's not happening here. The mix is really phenomenal. This next one is called Jenova Complete. Now we're back to F. F minor, that is. Ooh! With a raised sixth. Alright, come on. So listen in your right ear. That's where all the brass instruments are. Well, there are also some brass instruments going pop, 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 pop over here. But there's little... Right there. There it is. Love it. So that's like left-hand piano doubled with a buzzy synth in there, sounds like? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, I mean, it's implied there for sure. Someone else who's really up on music theory who actually knows this song and has looked at the sheet music, hit me up in the chat or the comments. I'd love to know how it's written. Right, Bex Lizard, exactly. I mean, a fast 6/8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Either way, a sick jam for sure. And a sick groove, and absolutely love when that left hand, that low piano came in, and then when it dropped down the octave, that was sick. Anonymous Knight says, I always use 4/4 in my compositions. Well, Anonymous Knight, ain't nothing wrong with that. Like, really. Like, go for it. Like, yes, 4/4 is cool. This next one is called Birth of a God. There's so much you can do with 4/4. You don't have to go... Alex Franson is definite 6/8. Maybe I'm overthinking things and I'm like seeing hemiolas in the shadows. Golden Pig says 6/8, 190 BPM. Alright, let's get back to the groove. So again, we have the same compositional technique of having a long drawn out bass note and then a more punchy secondary bass instrument. Come on, drums. Oh, yes, build it. Oh, it's gonna be so good when it drops. Oh, come on now. Let's go? No, one more time through, okay. Modulating. That was like a little bit of 5, a little bit of 6 in there. Perhaps I counted the 6 wrong. I'll catch it the next time around. That little sick riff in there. To that call response, it had that little echo thing. It was like delayed by like a beat or something. That was crazy. Half step from where we started. This next one is called One Winged Angel. Oh yeah, someone did mention a couple streams ago that there's Latin words. Hey, if you guys could let me know in the chat what the English translation is, I would really appreciate that, if someone can do that. And also, check out, there's a pinned comment in the chat that says 10 things every gamer should know about music theory, and it's the 10 things I think every gamer should know about music theory. Go ahead, click on that, check it out. This next one is called One Winged Angel. Very Purple Haze. Thanks, Emil. Rubberman says this was like Megalovania before Megalovania was a thing. It's almost like tango or the word bouzouki, Greek. What's the Greek? It's like Greek, yeah, tango or like Greek. Oh, come on. Come on. Xbox Jim Carrey. He's here for you. No, the word, Chucky. Oh boy. Magic trees. Ooh. All right. Oh boy. I cannot unhear that Xbox Jim Carrey. All right, that was a really cool song. That was, I mean, to call it a song, that was a really cool piece. Make sure you hang out for the end of the stream because we're going to have a bonus AC version of One Winged Angel that got requested via Super Chat in part 1. We've been hanging on to it. We're going to play it at the end, so make sure you hang out to the end of the stream. My reaction and summary on One Winged Angel, AC version. I even have it lined up in the browser. It's all ready to go. This next one is called The Planet's Crisis. Oh, it did song and had lyrics. Rubberman, you're right. Ah, thank you. Oh, beautiful. Now, wasn't this Aerith's theme that we're hearing now? Or not anymore. Oh, that right there was a halftime ba boogie ba ba. We've heard that before in one of the other themes. Here. Main theme. Thank you, chat. There you go, that's the main theme. Learning the names slowly but surely, I'll get there. Oh, this is fun. Oh, come on. Like a bassoon in the left ear. Beautiful. Fascinating change here. So we're actually back to something that started back on disc 1, which is 2 major chords separated by a whole step, going back and forth. Down to F. E minor. Majestic. Yeah, minor 4 back to 1. Beautiful ending. Oh, not over. Huh. This is the ending credits. And make sure you hang out for the end of the stream, because we're going to listen to One Winged Angel Advent Children version. The Scientician, if you say so, I'll take your word for it. Unfortunately, I don't recall the 3 notes the game start on. Yes, Asami, this is technically a melody. I don't know why I said the word technically. Yes, it is a melody. Well, depends on what part you're talking about being a melody. If you talk about one note at a time, that's a melody. That was Alessandro Coelho who super chatted for Advent Children. Huh, trial-lighting, that's fascinating. That ties in with the song names, I suppose. Oh, beautiful. Ho ho ho! A shout out and a thank you. Oh, in one moment. A shout out and a thank you to Austin Lee Matthews, who says, showing some support for this. Well, thank you, Austin Lee Matthews. Austin says, I did some voiceover for the remake. So cool. And I love this soundtrack deeply. Everyone go check out Austin Lee Matthews. He just super chatted. He did some voice work for the remake. So cool. Austin says, I'm so glad that you've listened to this whole thing. Well, it's been a real blast, Austin. Austin's throwing my vote for the Final Fantasy VII remake. You got it, Austin. Thank you so much for your support. Thanks for your super chat, and thanks for stopping by. Mr. Seraphim, yeah, I agree. It sounds like an anthem or a march. Well, not a march, but it sounds anthemic or like a wedding. And remember to hang out, because we still have one more after this. Listen to Advent Children, One Winged Angel. Chat's saying they played this at the Olympics. That's fascinating. Tell me more, chat. Love it. Oh, goosebumps. Oh, goosebumps. Ending on an F. The last note was an F. So throughout this entire soundtrack, we've heard a lot of songs in F major, F minor, and last note was indeed an F. Hey, before we go listen to One Winged Angel, everyone in the chat, there's a little pinned comment about the 10 things I think every gamer should know about music theory. Hey, go click on that. Check it out. There's a free download there and more free downloads that come a couple days after that. It's a whole ton of fun. All right. Let me make sure my audio routing over here is good to grab from my browser. All right, looks like we should be good. Here's One Winged Angel, Final Fantasy VII, Advent Children. Can you guys hear that okay? Type a 1 in the chat if you can hear that. I'm going to turn it up a little bit. Oh, come on. Oh yeah, drummer, come on. Love those pinch harmonics, man. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. That was sick. That was sick. Absolutely sick. All right. Woo. I need a moment to catch my breath on that one. Man, thank you all so much. Thank you to Alessandro Coelho for super chatting that to make that happen. That should have happened. I mean, just regardless. Thanks for the suggestion. I mean, wow. Just like, amazing. Ooh, final thoughts and reactions. Please hit like, subscribe, hit that notification bell. And check out the list for future upcoming reactions in the description, and also the 10 things I think every gamer should know about music theory. It's in the chat. Super awesome. Thank you, everyone, for your super chats. I'm going to read them in just a moment. I absolutely loved listening to this entire soundtrack. Doing it in 4 parts, I think, was really great, because I got to really split it and keep my focus and not get all ADHD 2 hours in. So this was a ton of fun. Thank you all so much for joining me on this, and this was just so cool. Okay, Nobuo-san is such, I mean, honest, like, music genius coming in the sense of taking things that you think you know and then changing it around. So many chord progressions, so many melodies, so many ways of doing things that defy convention, but work so incredibly well. I can say that personally, after having listened to this, my mind is opened, and that does not always happen because I've listened to a lot of music in my life, and listening to this, it's really kind of cracked open some possibilities, I think, for myself, and I don't know what that says about me, but I think for sure some growth there. This was a ton of fun. Thank you all so much for joining me on this journey. This was super cool. Hey, more content over here, down here, subscribe. It's up there, it's down there. It's everywhere. More stuff. Click it. There's stuff there. Oh, it's there, it's everywhere. How long are we gonna do this for? I don't know, but it's 20 seconds. Here we go. Click there.